Are we streaming, Carolyn? We are now. All right, it is 8:30, and I will bring to order our September 12th, 2023 meeting. We have an agenda before us. I think we have one addition. It'll be in the closed session portion under section 16 of FOIP, third-party business. Are there any other? Yes, go ahead, Councillor. I'm trying to figure which one we're going to. Okay, we'll go with Councillor Christie.
Just a quick verbal report on community futures. We had a meeting Thursday night. So.
Okay, 9.1 community futures. And Councillor Cunningham.
And I'll just do a brief verbal on council committee reports for Discovery Night and Kneehill Historical Museum.
Okay, 9.2 Discovery. And what was the other one?
We were invited to the Kneehill Historical Museum
Kneehill Historical
presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other errors or, yes? Errors. Sorry, Deputy Reeve King.
I fall under the error category. I have a brief Trochu Housing Corporation update.
9.4 Trochu Housing.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
I'm being reminded too that maybe I should report on the FCSS 25th anniversary celebration.
All right. Are there any other errors? Geez, I did it again. Additions or deletions to the agenda? Yes, Councillor Christie.
Before there's any more errors or additions, I'll move the agenda as amended.
Okay, we have a motion to move the agendas as amended. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. I don't think it was that long since my last, oh, maybe.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. All right, our next agenda item is the minutes of August 22nd. Are there any errors or omissions there? Concerns? Deputy Reeve King.
Hearing and seeing none, I would make the motion that we approve the regular council meeting minutes from August 22nd as presented.
All righty, we have a motion to approve the minutes as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, our first agenda item will be 6.1, Bylaw 1891, Tax Arrears Payment. And Regina, you're taking this, Ms. Nyman. Anytime you are ready.
Morning. Today's report is in follow-up to the discussion held at the Committee of the Whole meeting in June of this year, where Council requested that administration bring back a proposal identifying a mechanism that will support residential ratepayers who have encountered issues with paying their property taxes by the set due date. Today, I'm bringing forward the Tax Arrears Payment Plan Bylaw 1891 for your consideration. If approved by Council, it will result in the establishment of a tax arrears payment plan. The tax arrears payment plan bylaw will offer residential ratepayers the opportunity to pay off their overdue taxes and arrears within a monthly payment plan. The ratepayers will enter into agreement with the county with a defined term of not more than 2 years. This agreement will require payments that will bring their taxes from overdue to current over the defined term. During this agreed upon term, there'll be no penalties acquired unless the agreement is defaulted on. If a ratepayer has defaulted on their agreement, it means the scheduled payment was missed and no rescheduled payment was arranged with the municipal tax officer by the following payment date. Once the tax arrears payment plan is complete, the ratepayer is eligible to join our prepaid tax installment payment plan. We call it TIPS. This gives them the opportunity to prepay their annual property taxes over a 12-month period. The bylaw that is before council is inclusive of all property classes. However, the original intent was to provide a mechanism for residential ratepayers. If council wishes, they can approve first and second reading today to the proposed bylaw, and adjustments would be made to the bylaw to reflect the focus on residential ratepayers. Administration would bring the updated bylaw back to council at the September 26th meeting, along with the updated property tax bylaw.
Are there any questions for Ms. Nyman? Or discussion from council? Deputy Reeve King.
So in reading the preamble and the bylaw, it says that once they've caught up, that then they would be eligible to join our TIP tax installment payment plan. So is the assumption that when they're in arrears, as they're catching up on their arrears, that they're also going to stay current in the existing tax year?
Yeah, that's what we're hoping would happen. It's like they're in arrears at this point when they go into this agreement, and we are hoping that they will, once caught up, then go on to the TIP program, which is prepaid over 12 months. You have 12 months to pay, which just keeps you always current. So that's what we're hoping to encourage people to do, so that they don't fall behind again.
Okay, so I guess the reason I'm asking the question is, so if I'm in arrears on my taxes and I come in and make an agreement to catch up, and the hope is that I stay current in this current year, why are we excluding them from our tax incentive or tax installment payment plan for the current year, not the
Oh,
back
this
taxes?
would kind of include it, like this gets you caught up to current?
Okay, so in the agreement that they make here would include the current year's taxes?
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
that helps.
yeah, it doesn't go, yeah, so it would be
So
completely
it's whatever they're
paid.
owing plus current?
Yeah,
And so you accumulate those and you put them into a 12-month installment payment?
exactly, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
That's what I needed, thank you.
Are there any other questions from council? Councillor McGee.
I would like to move that council provide first reading to bylaw 1891 to authorize the establishment of a tax arrears payment plan.
All righty, we have a motion before us to provide first reading to bylaw 1891. Is there any discussion to that motion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that council provide second reading to bylaw 1891 to authorize the establishment of a tax arrears payment plan.
Okay, we have a motion for second reading to bylaw 1891. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Phobes.
I make the motion that,
Consent for third?
someone's trying to get your attention.
I just wanted to remind council that the intent today was to provide first and second reading to the bylaw. The bylaw is structured in such that it includes all property classes as of today. We will refine that to follow council's original intent, if council still intends to make that applicable to residential properties, and bring it back at the September 26th council meeting for third and final reading, along with the tax penalty bylaw that has to be updated as well to reflect the changes.
Okay, well, thanks for that information, and sorry I got carried away.
You're most welcome.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of 6.1.
Thank you.
Okay, just as clarification again, I guess, and this is as much for council as it is for anyone, is it our intent then that we want this bylaw to apply to all tax classes, not just residential, which was our original discussion? And that's, I think that's the question that administration was looking for us maybe to respond to. So basically, this would say that then any account that comes in would be eligible to be on this tax plan without any conversation at council level, correct?
The way that it's written right now, yes.
So I guess that would be the question, is that our intent that some of the instances that we've had in the past where we've had conversation around what we wanted to do we want to continue with that, or do we want to just go forward with a system that automatically applies to all tax classes?
Okay, now my mic is on. I gotta move my computer here so I can see the light. I would actually prefer that the non-res is kind of like a one-off, because I know we have done quite a bit of work with the non-res, getting it paid, but we've still got some bad actors, and they have ultimately made the position that they do not need to pay taxes. I think maybe some of those can be charged with penalties, because if you have an attitude that we don't need to do that, well, you do need to do that. So I would prefer not to see non-res just automatically jump into this hole. So if that's Deputy Reeve King.
One of the things I'm aware of course, is that this is going to make perhaps a little bit more work for you, Ms. Nyman, to have to come every time there's a non-res that would need to be into one of these payment plans. But I kind of agree with the Reeve that with the history that we've had with some of them, I think that maybe I'd want them to be excluded from this.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Any comments, Mr. CAO Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Reeve, I think I would, in agreement with my recommendation, be the direction that council's just talked about going. We did do the non-residential as a one-off. I think that was appropriate under the circumstances. That was something we'd really never encountered before. I don't know that we necessarily automatically want to go there. And the original discussion around this bylaw was focused on residential. That is, the current files that we're dealing with are, I believe, all in the residential category. Farmland taxes, we haven't really seen an issue in. Those are generally much lower anyway. So I think the recommendation from administration would be to tailor this towards residential.
Are there any other comments, discussion? Well, I don't see any, so I guess we will move on. We will do second and third reading next. Council, go ahead, Councilor, or Deputy King.
Okay, I just want to be clear that that's the direction then that we're giving, is that this is for residential and strictly.
Okay, that brings us to the end of 6.1. Our next agenda item is 6.2, which would be the second quarter variance report. Welcome, Ms. Von Merbach. And anytime you're ready.
Good morning, Reeve and members of council. Today I bring forward to you the second quarter variance report. Council receives quarterly financial reports during the year, and these reports are intended to inform council of the financial transactions to date and how expenditures, revenues, and other financial indicators compare to the annual operating budget. The purpose of this report is to talk about the 2023 operating budget and the performance to date, as well as the projections to year end, the operating projects that are approved within the 2023 operating budget, the status of all 2023 capital projects, as well as provide some other supplementary information on key financial indicators for the municipality. So this report is for the period ending June 30th. So first I'll speak to Appendix A, which is the operating budget report by function. The body of this report is talking about Appendix A, but Appendix B is also provided for council's reference point on just where each individual department is sitting. The total net forecasted year-end result anticipates a surplus of 2.7 million. A significant portion of this, a total of 1.7 million, relates to investment income that was not originally budgeted for. The remaining projected surplus on the core operating budget is approximately $1 million and represents a 4% overall variance from the budget. The revenue, in terms of revenues, we've got a $2 million favorable variance forecasted to the end of the year. This consists of other revenue with $73,000, $69,000 is related to oil field water revenues, and $4,000 relates to a donation for the Torrington Fire Department. Sales of goods and services has a $169,000 favorable variance, which consists of $115,000 of favorable revenue with dust control programming, $26,000 from water distribution systems, $12,700 from campground revenues, $7,000 from oil field inspections, and $8,000 related to other small variances across other departments, including paid parking, tax notification fees, map sales, and cemetery plot sales. Sales to other governments has a $31,000 favorable variance, $17,000 of which relates to waste transfer site agreements, and $14,000 relates to reimbursable expenses related to other agreements. Special taxes and frontages has a $52,000 favorable variance. Now this just relates to riser fees that have been received during the year that weren't originally budgeted for. Return on investments, this is where we see a significant portion of our total overall surplus that's being projected. This is related to really high prime interest rates. And motion number 1 requests the contribution of revenues above budget as at June 30th to be contributed to the Revenue Stabilization Reserve. Now this number is just from what has been accrued to June 30th, not our projected total amount for year end, just because those revenues haven't actually been realized yet. Transfer from reserves has a $16,000 favorable variance, and this relates to reserve-funded operating projects, which I'll speak more to when I get to Appendix C. All other revenue streams are in line with expectations, and there's no significant year-end variances anticipated. As far as expenses, we've got about a $400,000 favorable forecast to year-end, which consists of $130,000 unfavorable related to contract goods and services. There's a number of contributing factors related to this unfavorable variance, primarily due to inflationary impacts that were not necessarily anticipated during the budget process. $126,000 related to contracts shop repairs. There's been some significant repairs on graders and other big equipment that has contributed to this. $13,000 unfavorable related to planning department inspection fees, and then some favorable variances, $31,000 related to professional contracted services, $30,000 related to training conferences and memberships, a portion of which is related to ongoing position vacancies, $18,000 related to major maintenance initiatives, $10,000 in Explore Kneehill programming, just related to not having that position filled, $9,000 related to insurance, and $9,000 related to advertising and PR expenditures. Within materials, goods, supplies, and utilities, again, there's an unfavorable variance here of $231,000. $216,000 relates to shop supplies, again, related to some of those big repairs that have happened and just the cost of some of those shop supplies. $55,000 unfavorable in dust control materials, which should be noted, there's an offsetting positive revenue variance related to that as well. $37,000 related to culverts and grader blades, $11,000 related to weed control materials. And then there's a number of favorable variances as well. $35,000 favorable with fuel, $20,000 with general goods and supplies across various departments, $15,000 with water for resale, $12,000 for road network supplies, and $3,700 in favorable in utilities. It should also be noted that there's some favorable variances within the expenditures that are kind of able to offset some of these overages. So we're not likely to require additional draws from reserves in order to fund those overages in the net impact of year end. However, those things will be more discussed when we hit Q4 report, as we'll know what our true ending balances are going to be. Salaries and wages has a $919,000 favorable variance. There's been continued multiple position vacancies in the first half of the year, and we anticipate some continued vacancies in those positions. So that number breaks down into 558, which relates to vacancies in permanent positions. Some of those are new positions that were adopted within the year and weren't anticipated to be filled for the entire year, but were budgeted for their full cost because they were a new add to the FTE number. 178,000 related to seasonal vacancies. Some of this is just positions that were not filled seasonal or just hours that were not utilized until June or projected to the end of the year. There's 103,000 related to a duplication of merit funding in the original budget. So that's something that was determined after the budget was adopted and has been corrected in the subsequent budget document moving forward for 2024. There's been 55,000 related to employee turnover and 24,000 related to council reimbursement. As far as other expenses, there's a $24,000 favorable amount related to economic development special projects and ag services programming. All other expenditure classes are in line with expectations with no other significant year-end variances anticipated. Next, I will speak to Appendix C.
I have
absolutely.
a question from
I should have paused for you.
Councilor Forbes.
Can I just get clarity on how the dust control works? I did have a ratepayer question, how we are 55 unfavorable and 115, because their understanding is that you were selling the dust control at cost. So could I just get clarity for them, please?
Sure. So through the chair, the dust control, both expenses and and revenues are generated off of a cost analysis of what our cost recovery was on it. Back when I presented this in May, we looked at both the product, but as well as the labor and materials that we have on site here. So that's not incorporated into any of the costs on this. As far as the internal gravel that we have here, that was part of the cost analysis for the cost recovery model on that. That's not included in any of the, this is primarily calcium and oil that we get from outside suppliers for the expenses on that. We don't incorporate our salaries, our gravel, our trucking, any of that into it. It's basically the outside contract sources. That's why you see the difference in revenue as opposed to expenses. It is quite a bit more shown in here. It's just not actually indicated in these line items, if that makes sense.
So, Mr. Zier, ultimately what you're saying is there's $60,000 tied up in putting the material down that is not accounted for in this section.
Exactly, that's correct, yeah. And I'll bring forward that analysis as we set our rates in 2024 as well to show you what our true costs in 2023 were, including labor, including gravel supply, which goes back to the crushing of it. All that kind of thing plays into the accounting of it, but isn't necessarily shown in the line item budget for the dust control here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zier. Is the explanation sufficient? Councilor Forbes?
If it isn't, I'm sure I'll hear about it.
Right. Okay, so for now, it's sufficient. All right. Okay, continue.
Okay.
Ms. von Braun Merbach.
So next I'll talk to Appendix C, which is our operating projects. So there's 11 operating projects that the county is undertaking in 2023. The specific details are in Appendix C. So there's a favorable variance of about $16,000. And the contributing factors relate to 2 projects that are anticipated to be slightly over budget by $3,800. Motion number 2 requests that this funding be drawn from the contingency reserve to fund those 2 projects. 1 project is anticipated to be completed under budget. 7 are anticipated to be completed on budget, and 1 is being delayed just to enable a more strategic approach with how we're going to go forward with that project. Council will hear more about that during the 2024 budget deliberations. Any operating projects that are ultimately completed under budget or are delayed will reduce the funds drawn from that associated reserve, which is where you see that positive variance on Appendix A. And we'll talk to, the next piece is Appendix D, which talks to all of the capital projects that we're undertaking this year. So there's 19 that the county has approved and is undertaking this year. There's a projected favorable variance overall of $372,000, and it relates to several contributing factors. So 6 are anticipated to be completed under budget, 10 are anticipated to be completed on budget, 1 is being delayed again to enable a more strategic approach, which council will hear more about in the future. And then there's $107,000, which is related to capital equipment plan purchases, which are anticipated to be over budget. This consists of several different pieces of equipment within those 2 line items. And so some of them are from 2022 that were carry forwards and items that we were unable to order within 2022, so the funding was carried forward into 2023. There was also a bit of a discrepancy in the amounts carried forward and the amounts that were actually originally approved within the budget when we did that back in March, I believe. So that accounts for $76,000 worth of that. And in the 2023 ones, there's $31,000 worth of unfavorable variance there. And it relates to a whole bunch of different pieces. 13 of them are over budget. The primary piece of that is passenger vehicle purchases, which account for 56% of that amount. 3 of them projects are anticipated to be under budget, and 3 are projected to be on budget. So motion number 3 requests the funding of $107,977 to be drawn from the capital equipment plan reserve to fund the capital purchases that are over budget. And then again, and in terms of all projects, any projects that are under budget will reduce the funding drawn from the associated reserve, or whether there's grant funding utilized, because some of our capital projects we've approved as grant funded. I should also note that we've kind of observed some of these trends with capital equipment purchases where costs have been over what we've anticipated. So something that administration has endeavored to do within the 2024 budget is to build stronger contingencies within those budgets to ensure that this situation doesn't happen, but the likelihood of contributing money back to reserves at the end of the year is much higher. And this will just ensure better protection against some of those inflationary pressures that we've been experiencing and hopefully are leveling off to some degree.
Well, good luck with that.
At least if it stops increasing at quite the pace, it might be a little bit better. Okay, then we've got the Appendix E, which is our cash and investment summary. So as council's well aware, in the last few years, we've been endeavoring to improve our investment strategies and do more cash flow analysis and those types of things to increase our investment returns. The increased prime rate has also significantly helped with that endeavor. So our cash and investment summary demonstrates at June 30th much higher volumes inside bank accounts than in our investments. This relates to the maturing of investments that were subsequently temporarily held in bank accounts as we completed an investment and cash flow analysis. In early July, which you will see reflected in the Q3 report, we had extensive negotiations between our investment partners and secured interest rates between of 6.05 and 6.25 for about $20 million worth of the money that is currently sitting in bank accounts at June 30th. So then the only investment that remains at a lower rate will be the Haven Tree investment of $4 million at 1.75, which will mature in January 2024 and will be reinvested at as the best rates that we can possibly get at that point in time. Yeah, so that's kind of the end of that piece. And then there's one last, the reserve piece of this. So it just tracks all of the movements within our reserves throughout the year, what's been approved in budget and what's been subsequently approved post-budget. As council's aware, the only time these balances will change is by council motion effectively, or when projects are completed under budget. So all of these changes are kind of reflected. There's the operating, the core stuff that was approved in council's original budget, and then there's any post-budget approvals with the motion reflected. And then we also, as we have in previous years, had the projected surplus or deficit of projects, just to indicate kind of where we actually anticipate to be sitting with reserve balances at year end. So overall, based on our budget approvals and investments, we're anticipated to use approximately $11 million worth of reserves this year, and we've contributed $8.3 million this year. That does not include the anticipated overinvestment returns that we're expecting to incur, but those haven't been motioned by council yet, so we haven't included those in that number. Overall, the financial position of the county continues to be positive, with administration and council exercising prudent financial management. The recommendations in this report will continue to provide forward financial planning and value for dollar for ratepayers. And that's the end of my piece. If there are any questions.
Council have any questions for Marika? Deputy Reeve King.
So this reserve summary would seem to indicate then that we are not budgeting contributions to reserves that matches what we're withdrawing. So other than our investment windfall, that is going to go back into reserves here.
Yes.
Potentially. So we are seeing a declining balance at the end of the year to reserves. So in terms of 2024 budget conversation, that an area we probably should be looking a little stronger at.
And one of the other
contribution.
In addition to the 2024 budget discussions, there's something in the background. We're also working on some reserve strategies, which really look at kind of what our optimal reserve balances are, and especially in consideration of where we're sitting with asset management. So we've kind of got some background work that will come forward to council, hopefully kind of in conjunction with the budget process, to kind of make better recommendations on what those optimal reserve balances look like. At that stage, it will be not fully developed because we're still progressing on asset management, but that'll continue to be something that's refined each year and give council really good direction in terms of what those optimal balances are and what that offsetting those amounts should look like. Absolutely.
One of the alarming sort of trends that we've seen this year is that what we've budgeted for a number of spends has been under budgeted, and it's a concern, although I realize we don't have a lot of control over how that happens, because we anticipate the cost is going to be X, and then you go out for a quote and the cost is X plus plus plus. And so I'm hoping that we can perhaps address that too in that process as we go forward.
One of the things that you will see when we come forward with projects for 2024 is we've actually defined contingency amounts for all projects, so that when council's approving those projects, there's more of a contingency built into them, so that the likelihood of those additional increases needing to come forward to council is less likely. And so when there's a total approval, it'll be more in line with what we're contributing to reserves and what we're anticipating to pull out. And that's something that we've identified based on some of these overages and these amounts, these trends that we've noticed, because we don't want that to happen, right? We want council to be fully aware of the total amount that could be drawn out of reserves for the projects that are put forward.
Yeah, I guess one of the things, as I look at the whole process of managing finances and the budgeting side of things, is we can't always count on a windfall like we are seeing in our investment income side. And so although we are going to, at this point, project a surplus, that surplus is happening more by default than by good planning on our part. Well, people who are making those investments are doing good planning, so I don't want to take that away. I don't want to take that credit away. But in terms of an actual planned result, that's more by default than actual plan. And so that's a concern I have, is that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Cunningham.
So Deputy Reeve King kind of alluded to it, but I think I'm understanding what's happening, but I know I get asked this a lot. So the passenger vehicles that were over budget, I'm assuming that we've gone and we've ordered these. We can't lock in a price, like they're coming back afterwards and then saying, oh, guess what, the price has gone up. Like, how is that working?
Yes, so when we come forward to council for approval, we haven't locked in any prices because we don't have approval to have purchased those items at that time. And some of the concerns here have been the items, we haven't even been able to order them once the budget's been approved. And then once we're actually able to order them, when that order window opens, then the prices have come forward higher than what we had originally anticipated.
So yeah, this will be a discussion for the next budget, but yeah, I guess my thought process too is that, I guess if that number comes back that higher, I guess we need to at times look at what the average ratepayer does and maybe say this is not the time to go ahead and purchase that with that increased price, but that'll be a discussion for the budget going forward.
Councilor Christie.
Just an observation, the interest that we're getting on our investment is also connected to the extra cost of the stuff we're buying, because that's getting passed down to us from other business that's having to pay extra interest. So it's somewhat connected, but we're gonna take the short end of the stick at the end of the day.
Go ahead, Ms. Barney.
Thank you, through the chair. Just some added context on the passenger vehicle piece. I chatted with our procurement specialist, and they had indicated that there's a report they provided to us here just recently, as of August of this year, that stated since 2019, there's been a 47% increase in vehicle cost. And since June of 2022, there's been a 21% increase in passenger vehicle cost. Now, our budget to actuals is at 18.8% variance. So like Marika had alluded to, that's where we're seeing the greatest variance between our budget and actuals. So it's in line with what the industry is dictating, is that 21%, and we're sitting at 18.8%.
Any other discussion? If not, I believe there's a few motions. Deputy Reeve King.
First, let me say thank you. Appreciate the work that went into this, and I know it's not just you, there's a whole bunch of other people in the background that are working on this, but thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, so. And then with that said, I'm going to then make the motion that we approve a contribution of $946,246 of the investment return revenue to the revenue stabilization reserve.
Okay, so we have a motion as presented on screen to add $946,246 to the revenue stabilization reserve. Is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor McGee.
Yeah, I'd like to just clarify why we're suggesting the revenue stabilization as opposed to the contingency.
Just administration's recommendation, but council's welcome to change that distribution or split that amount between reserves.
So can you give me some reasons why you're recommending that?
Because it's an investment return that's really not anticipated, so it's something that would provide stabilization for revenues in the future. That would be why, yeah.
Perfect, thanks.
Is there any other discussion to the motion? All right, call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Councillor Penner.
I make a motion that council approve a draw of $3,800 from the contingency reserve to fund over budget operating projects as detailed in Appendix C.
Alrighty, we have a motion before us as presented on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor McGee.
We're all very reluctant to have to do this, but I I think it's what we're seeing across the province, maybe even across the nation, so we have to just buck up and take it, I think. And so I would like to make the motion to approve the draw of $107,977 from the capital equipment plan reserve to fund over budget capital equipment plan purchases as detailed in the body of this report.
Alrighty. So is there any discussion to the motion that's on the screen? Call the question. All those in favor, reluctantly. And that is carried unanimously. Well, thanks, Marika. Appreciate your efforts. It's great to put 940,000 in and only have to pull 110 back out. So do it again next week.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Does anybody need a break, or are we gonna keep on moving? Alrighty, we'll keep on moving. Next agenda item, 7.1, Bylaw 1892, Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. And Ms. Vanderkooler, you taking this one?
I will take this one.
I'll look forward to it.
Seems kind of early for me to be presenting. My coffee hasn't kicked in yet, but here we go. I bring you today Bylaw 1892, the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. The purpose of this bylaw is to show how the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board is established. The Municipal Government Act, Section 627, states that a council must, by bylaw, establish a Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. And Section 628 of the MGA states that the bylaw established under Section 627 must prescribe the functions and duties of the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. We currently have Bylaw 1780 in place as our current SDAB bylaw. In order to make any changes or to amend a bylaw is through another bylaw. So presented to you today is Bylaw 1892, which has been reviewed and updated for council's consideration. The updated bylaw reflects the following amendments. Addition of definitions for member. The updated bylaw includes a definition for the term member. This clarification helps ensure a common understanding of who is considered a member within the context of the bylaw. The updated bylaw now specifies that all appointed members are required to complete the mandatory training as dictated by the Municipal Government Act. This requirement ensures that all member possesses the necessary knowledge and skills to fulfill their role effectively. Also updated in the bylaw is the introduction of a new section for the role of the chairman and vice chairman. The updated bylaw includes the change in chair election process. Instead of appointing a chair and vice chair at the organizational meeting, the amendment proposes a change. Under this new arrangement, the chair will be elected during the first hearing of the calendar year. This change likely aims to involve members in the selection process, ensure that the chair is chosen when there's a clear context of upcoming proceedings. Another change would be the vice chair election. This amendment also addresses the situation when the chair is not presiding at a hearing. In such cases, the vice chair will be elected to preside. This change prevents any disruption in proceeding due to the absence of the chair. The rationale behind these changes is to enhance the process of selecting the chair, ensuring that that person elected is willing to take the position. Additionally, it acknowledges the possibility that there might not be any subdivision and development appeal board hearings within a given year, minimizing unnecessary appointments. If council is okay with these changes, they have the option to provide all three readings to Bylaw 1892 at today's meeting. And if council has any concerns, they can just provide one reading, and then we can bring any changes back at a future council meeting. There will be no financial or staffing implications if this bylaw is passed. Training and member costs are budgeted annually in Kneehill County's annual operating budget. And that is the end of my report. If council has any questions, happy to hear them.
Council have any questions for Ms. Vanderkool? Counselor Penner.
No question, but just a comment. I like what I see here when it comes to the chairperson. It was always a hard thing to say, we appoint the chair, so I really like what I see here.
And we generally don't have a whole lot of appeals. Am I correct in saying that?
That is correct. We've had one in the last 3 years, so.
Yeah.
So selecting a chairman or a vice chairman is kind of.
Might be better off when the
Yeah.
board meets.
Exactly.
Okay, so what are council's wishes? Counselor Cunningham.
I'll move that council provide first reading to bylaw 1892, that being a bylaw for the purpose of establishing the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion for first reading to bylaw 1892. Is there any discussion to that motion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Counselor Christie.
I move second reading to bylaw 1880, or 92.
Alrighty, we have a motion for second reading, bylaw 1892. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Counselor Forbes.
I make the motion that council provide unanimous consent for third and final reading of bylaw 1892.
Okay, we have a motion before us to provide consent to hold third on bylaw 1892. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. May the record reflect that it was a unanimous vote. Councillor McGee.
I move that we provide third reading to bylaw 1892.
Alrighty, we have a motion to provide third reading, bylaw 1892. Any discussion? Because this is the last opportunity for discussion. And I don't see any, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, thank you very much. Next agenda item is 7.2, Trochu Flapjack Fiesta Community Discovery Night 2023. You're doing this one again?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you agenda 7.2, the Trochu Flapjack Fiesta Community Discovery Night, which is the same idea as the Three Hills Discovery Night that was held last week. This event takes place annually in the community of Trochu. FCSS is the organizer of this event. It is a trade show style format where certain support and community groups come together and provide information to area residents. Oops, I forgot to change this. I'm trying to do two things at the same time. Sorry. Okay. Kneehill County loves to partake in this event. The peace officers share a table with their area counselor. It is a great opportunity for council members to visit with people in the community and have a chance to answer any questions they might have. If council wishes to attend again, we don't require a motion for attendance, but just to let administration know who wishes to attend and for council to make a motion to receive this report for information. This year's Trochu Flapjack Fiesta will take place Wednesday, October 18th, and it will start at 5 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Does council have any questions? Comments? Deputy Reeve King.
Sure. It's already in my calendar. I'm intending to be there. I didn't realize we actually were supposed to share the table with the peace officers. In the past, I've just roamed freely, so my intent is to do the same.
You might have to put some leashes into the budget next year.
Might have to.
I think that's home base. You can move from home base.
Oh, good.
Okay, Councillor Cunningham.
I did attend last year as well, so as long as something doesn't come up, I will plan to attend. And it is very hard to compete with the peace officers because everybody migrates to them. So Carolyn, you need to get us something exciting that we can hand out so people come to us and not just them.
Councillor Christie.
I'm good with roaming, but I'll be there anyway.
Okay, so ultimately, anyone of council can attend, but it would be nice to have attendance there, and by the sounds of things, there will be attendance there, so. Someone want to make a motion to receive for information? Councillor Forbes.
So moved.
Alrighty, we have a motion to receive for information, and thank you for the volunteers that will be attending. All those in favor of the motion, carried unanimously. Alrighty. And I guess 7.3, Ms. Vanderkool. Getting a run here.
Yeah, perfect. I bring you today Agenda 7.3, the Junior Achievement 2023 Report. Kneehill County has provided sponsorship to the Alberta Junior Achievement Program since 2012. The Alberta Achievement provided council with the attached update. They seem to be making positive strides in their programs and partnerships in Kneehill County. Here are some key points that they provided. The first one is the program expansion. The Alberta Achievement has provided an update to council showcasing their progress and achievements. One significant highlight is that they delivered more programs in the area compared to previous years. This demonstrates their commitment to expanding their reach and impact. The second highlight is that is their partnership with the Prairie Christian College. In 2023, the Alberta Junior Achievement has successfully established a partnership with Prairie Christian College. The college has expressed interest in participating and volunteering with the programs in the schools. Collaborations like this can greatly enhance the quality of educational experience for students. The third key point is the World of Choices program. The Alberta Junior Achievement provided 2 classes in Kneehill County with the opportunity to participate in the World of Choices program in person. This program allows students in high schools to have the opportunity to sit down with mentors from a variety of different career sectors to learn what those jobs entail. This initiative appears to have been very successful, potentially offering students valuable insights and experiences to help them make informed decisions about their future plans. At the January 11th, 2022 council meeting, council approved continued funding to this program in the amount of $3,000 per year for the next 3 years, which will provide funding to the end of 2024. If council is good with this report, they have the option to receive this report for information, or they could request additional information. And that is the end of my report. Is there any questions?
Council have any questions for Ms. Vanderkool? Okay, so I take it we are committed to the $3,000 donation?
Yes, we are up to the end of 2024.
Yeah. So what is council's wish? Councillor Cunningham.
It's a great program, and I'm happy that we can provide support to it, so I'll move that council receive for information the Junior Achievement 2023 report.
Alrighty, we have a motion to receive for information as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? All those in favor? And carried unanimously. Anyone want a break now? Okay, recess. We'll give it 15 minutes. Thank you. Alrighty, I'll bring us back into session. Our next agenda item, council and committee reports. 9.1, community futures, Mr. Christie.
We had a community futures meeting Thursday night, so the material that I gave you printed will be in our next council package, because I couldn't get it in this council package. Two of the success things we had was the Yeti program, where we have capacity for 5. We only had 1 this year. So that's a business program for youth where they can start a business. So Tyson Seiler went from 3 customers to over 30, met his financial goals in week 6 out of 10. He's now going to move to yard cleanup and snow removal this winter and into a business next year. He's going to need help by next year because that's how fast he's growing his business in Trochu. It makes him take a financial program, business management. He's been successful enough. Now they're teaching him how to invest his money so that he's got money for education. So it's a really successful program. We need to get all 5 positions filled next year. So we need to really promote it hard in our schools. So this was picked up in the Prairie Academy this last spring. So I said we need to get, he's going to be our poster child and ambassador. He said he would go speak to schools and that kind of stuff this winter. So it should be really good. The other thing that's got a time restriction on is they've got a skills in action program that's put together by a community futures office in the East Coast somewhere where they work on federal programs right across the country that are federally funded. So this is for communication and education for people working at like Tim Hortons, that kind of thing. If you can get 5 people in your business to sign into this, you qualify for a $2,000 grant to your business. If they complete 6 modules, about an hour apiece, they each get $500. So it's as simple as making change, because everybody's working at the counter taking plastic. All of a sudden, somebody pays cash and they go, I don't know how to do that. So, I mean, the catch with this skills and action program is that it's got to be timely. We have to be done by the end of January. So the rest of this package I gave to you printed matter to the councillors, but it'll be in our package next week where it'll be an annual report. There was a strat planning survey that we sent out to all the CEOs. So that's been upgraded with their input. So that all the red print in that presentation is this input from the CEOs from all the communities in our area. So any questions, I'll try and field them.
Any questions for Councillor Christie? Well, looks like you're off the hook there.
There you go.
9.2, Discovery Nights.
Yeah, I
Councillor Cunningham,
just
sorry.
want to say, yeah, that was great. It was nice to see Tyson on the front page of the Capitol too, so good recognition for him. So, yeah, just wanted to mention that I attended Three Hills Discovery Night on September 6th. There was an excellent turnout. I, like Deputy Reeve King, have a hard time staying in one place, so went around and talked to other people at the booths. The peace officers were a huge hit, as usual, especially with the young crowd. Like I said, we need something to get them to come talk to us, so some kind of neat swag that people come and talk to the council. So yeah, it was very, like I said, very well attended. I'm not sure the exact numbers, but I know they fed a lot of people, so that was really good. And then I just also wanted to say thank you to the Kneehill Historical Museum Society for the invitation to attend their historical presentation and dinner on August 30th. They had 2 excellent presentations, which were done by the summer students, Sarah and Zach. And my thought is history can only be preserved if it's passed on, and these 2 students gave me faith that our local history will continue to be preserved. We had a lovely meal, and then Sarah gave us a personal tour of the museum. And I just want to say thanks to all the volunteers for the work that they've done in the museum. It's an absolute amazing museum, as are a lot of our museums in the area. So just encourage people to go check out the Kneehill Museum and all museums in our area. So thank you.
Any questions for Councillor Cunningham? Councillor Penner.
Did they give out any reports on the expansion? Out the back, the little shed out the back and that, like?
No,
for the
there's
egg side?
no, yeah, no, but I could probably find that out.
No, that's okay. I could stop in too.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing as not, we'll move on to 5.4, Trochu housing.
So just a quick update, Trochu Housing had a meeting yesterday. All indications are that, of course, the Minister of Seniors and Minister of Health are on board with the project. It's still being pushed hard by our local MLA, Mr. Cooper. We are now applying for a grant under the Seniors Affordable Housing Initiative that's out. But nothing happens until AHS makes a funding commitment. So that's really the tipping point. If AHS will commit to the project, then Minister of Seniors, and then, you know, it just starts, the ball starts to roll from there. So we are still waiting. We are still optimistic. However, there are days where it's frustrating the wait. So that's Trochu Seniors Housing. They are planning to potentially have a meeting with AHS, a community meeting with AHS, to help them understand the community and where we are. So we're looking forward to maybe that happening. So that's Trochu Housing. I keep reminding them that the clock is ticking on the loan guarantee and that we need action. So hopefully something will happen. And then on a bright note, FCSS had their 25th wedding, or not wedding, 25th anniversary celebration, yeah. And I'm having trouble, just like the Reeve today, with my words.
It's been a while.
And it was a great afternoon. There was lots and lots and lots of people attended, and yeah, I was unfortunate that I was the only man on the board who happened to be present at the time they were taking the picture. So that rose amongst all the thorns, or the thorn amongst all the roses, that was me. But it was a fun afternoon, and I mean, we got amazing people over there. Our staff is just doing crazy, amazing things, and so I'm very thankful for the people that we have there and for the community support that we have. So,
Are there any questions for Deputy Reeve King on his reports? So has AHS kind of neglected, or they're just not interested when it comes to Trochu housing? What's your perspective?
I would say that AHS is, it's hard to say exactly what's happening there, but there seems to be a problem in the communication from Alberta Health to the ministry, to AHS on the implementation side of things. And I mean, the funding envelopes seem to be there and seem to be waiting to be allotted, but it's just not happening. And so somewhere in the process, there's a problem, and nobody seems to be able to put their finger on it at this point.
Well, thanks for that. Okay, if there are no other questions, would somebody like to make a motion to receive for information? Councilor Christie.
I'll make a motion to accept the committee reports as presented.
Okay, we have a motion to receive for information as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Our next agenda item is council follow-up action list. Are there any questions there? Comments? Deputy Reeve King.
So I'm not exactly sure where it's appropriate to bring this up, but we did make a motion regarding our land use bylaw, and we kind of put it on hold. And I'm just wondering if there's any appetite in council's part to revisit that decision we made to push it off till November. I'm thinking with what's happening with the non-moratorium and the lack of conversation that's happening around green energy developments, whether we should be revisiting that November date and bringing it back sooner. I personally feel we need to recommit to that conversation and do something quicker than November, so. So I'm not sure how we process that.
Anyone from admin want to take a bite at it?
From through Mr. Reeve, through admin's perspective, whatever council wants the process to be, we'd have to look at some stuff internally and what can maybe shift around. But I think in large part, a lot of that discussion is probably ready to go. It would just be a matter of understanding council's direction and, like I said, potentially looking internally to see what might need to shift. But if council wanted to move that up to an earlier date, I believe we can accommodate that.
Councillor Cunningham.
So I was one of the ones that kind of encouraged us to wait till November after we had gone to the RMA. At that point, my understanding from the Alberta government was it was a complete pause on everything. That was not accepting applications, not approving, just a total complete pause. I think about the day after we had our meeting, it came out in a press release that they actually are continuing to process applications up until the approval point. So that changed for me in a day. So I am 100% on board with going ahead with it because I think we have to decide what we want to do as a council and a county and move forward with that and not wait for the Alberta government to decide what they are going to do or not do.
I would tend to agree that we should probably do something with our land use bylaw, because currently what's happening, if AUC is still going through the processing side, they do, or not AUC, yeah, it's AUC. If they don't have our land use bylaw there, they're ignoring the government directive and they're ignoring anything that we want if we don't have it there, so. So I think, yes, go ahead, Councillor McGee.
So, in my opinion, we need it there like ASAP. So is that pushing administration too far to bring it into our September council meeting, which means we'll have a long meeting?
What are you, running away?
Hey, if we don't ask, you can't say no, right?
Well, that was optimistic, but.
Maybe October. Sooner rather than later. Yeah.
It's not fair to ask for September, but.
And those two guys sit there and make a decision for Barb.
What can we do to mess up Kinz's world?
All of a sudden, Barb's on medical leave.
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
You'll have to turn your mic.
Sorry. Through Mr. Reeve, our quick discussion there and where that's at, where the MDP stuff is at. The upcoming committee of the whole meeting is probably not doable to have a good discussion on it. We could look at a time in October, and I'd refer to Carolyn to confirm we have a committee of the whole in October. Okay, so we could potentially target there. if that date was off. You do have the option of having a special council meeting, which would be another whole new scheduled day. Of course, we'd need to have time to advertise that and all the other fun stuff that comes along with that, but it could be done.
Well, I think if we can get the information together for the October meeting, because we don't want to not have the information together. So we can expedite that into the October meeting, and we'll probably have to have a public hearing 3 weeks after we make the decision. There's 2 advertisements. Whatever. We'll set it up and then go through the process. But we'll have a better idea at the next committee of the whole then, or not the next committee of the whole, but the next meeting.
And I guess the question I would ask is, does it necessarily have to be committee of the whole? Is it possible to have it on a council agenda rather than committee of the whole? Just depending on the timelines and how they work. And I recognize that, you know, we might need some space in order to make that happen. Kevin has a comment.
Oh, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. As the CAO mentioned, that a special meeting might be the most appropriate way where we can have open conversations with regards to the actual matter to really work out the direction that council wants to go. So when we're coming back into council, we're actually voting on moving forward with the proposed bylaw. We already have quite a bit of information that did come from council, but we're trying to marry the information that did come from those MDP groups at the same time rather than duplicating efforts, and also presenting that information forward to council. So it'd be a quick turnaround, but I think it's more efficient to get you all the information and come back and revisit it again a month later.
Deputy Reeve King.
So I guess I'm unclear on terms of what's being suggested, that we stick with the October 17th committee of the whole, or are we looking at doing something alternatively?
So you do have, through Mr. Reeve, it does not need to happen at a committee of the whole. That's generally our process, because if we're gonna have longer discussion and be a bit looser, that's where we divert them. But it doesn't need to happen that way. So you could also have that on your October 10th agenda, which is a normal council meeting as well.
Councillor Cunningham.
I guess I would just ask my fellow colleagues if you feel that we've had a fairly robust discussion to date, because kind of, I think the last time we discussed it, I think we were all pretty on board with the changes and the updates that had been done. So I don't know if we're looking at changing a whole bunch of stuff unless somebody's come across a new document or something they want to add stuff. But I kind of came out of that thinking we were fairly comfortable moving forward with what was in place.
Councillor Christie.
Can we have a committee of the whole meeting after our council meeting on the October the 10th to have the open discussion and then some direction from that?
You could. I think what I'd recommend there is that there's no, I don't know that we would necessarily need to do that, is if you have a council meeting that day already, you're already gathered as a group to, if you're going to do it October 10th, I would say we just tie it into the regular meeting.
I would agree with that, because at least we can make a decision, because once we get into committee of the whole, then we're 2 weeks away from
Yes.
making a decision. Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. We did present a document to council for the bylaw. So we could go through the first reading portion of that if there was no recommended changes at that time, at this time that we need to put into it. But the discussion within, after the first reading, there's still an ability to make amendments for the second reading. So that's also an opportunity for council if we prepare to have it ready for the 10th. Listen to the feedback from council, make those amendments so you can go through your second reading.
Deputy Reeve King.
So if we did run on that timeline for the 10th of October and potentially did first reading at that point, we then would be setting a public hearing date as well at that time.
Through the chair, that would be correct.
Okay. So then that will move our process forward quicker than what we had originally planned.
Correct.
Councillor Cunningham.
I guess I'm just wondering too, if we feel that we have adequate information to move ahead with it on September 26th council meeting to do first reading.
Deputy Reeve King.
Okay, so then again, I guess the question would go back to administration, and Mr. Gannon, I guess you'd be the man in the room to answer this. Do you feel that the document that you provided us earlier with the proposed bylaw is that could come to a September 26th meeting? Is it the 26th? Yeah. Would that be sufficient time for that to happen, or I guess I'm just trying to get a feel for the comfort level, not only from a council point of view, but also from administration.
Thank you through the chair. I'd have to review the workload in the background with the team. I know there's a lot of moving pieces with the MDP and different meetings that are going on in the background. We can always shift and move to priorities of council. However, I'd have to look at what that dynamic looks like for the next week of shifting items around to ensure that we can bring this forward for council to approve the first reading.
Just as follow-up then, I guess my next question would be for council is, are we comfortable leaving it with administration to say if the 26th is too fast, the 10th is okay? Like, I guess what I'm trying to do is, can we give directions so that if, with all the other things that are on the table, the people who have to bring this forward for us say, you know what, the 26th is undoable, are we gonna be okay to live with October the 10th?
Mr. Hogan.
For this, maybe a suggestion that I can make is, rather than necessarily sort that out right now, if we proceed with the other parts of the meeting and even at some point take a bit of a recess, maybe not right now, but later on in the meeting, that might give us a bit of extra time to sit down and take a look at things, and we might be able to come back and actually give a more definitive answer.
Councillor McGee.
I appreciate that. In my perspective is if there's anything that could be shelved in order to accomplish this faster and be ready for the 26th, I think that it just needs to be the priority. It's making me nervous that we're waiting as long as we are already, and truly, if there's consequences to making that happen that we have to adjust, I'd like to hear about those consequences and consider them.
So we'll give them time to have that conversation. So do we need
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll leave this item until later on in the meeting. And we'll make the decision then. I am a little concerned that AUC did not take the government seriously when the government said that we were doing a pause. So I guess if AUC isn't doing a pause, then we're not doing a pause. Okay, so we'll come back to this later on in the meeting. Our next agenda item, that'll bring us to the close actually, we're not close, we'll come back to deal with this, but we've got 3 pieces of information. Yes, Councillor Forbes. Oh, okay, more questions on the action list. Sorry about that. Okay, sure. Go ahead. Go for it.
Thank you. And I'll ask that of CAO Hogan. Can we get an update to the 10,000 for the strategic initiatives for economic development of the airport?
So there, through Mr. Reeve, there isn't an update to provide there. There has been a bit of communication with the college. We are waiting to hear back some information from them. So it is on our list to follow that up. So from the last meeting, there was a bit that went out to say, hey, we're in the fall now, when we talked about doing this, but there hasn't been anything from there. So that's still a follow-up item.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Forbes.
I just noticed that the 12,005 that we distributed to the Torrington Ag Society for the rental of the Zamboni is still, can someone just explain why it's in there as not complete?
So that through Mr. Reeve, so the checks for that have been processed. I've signed, that's gone through our process. We've signed off on those, but they likely have not been received yet.
Probably no contract for the rent yet.
Sorry?
No, there's probably no contract for the rent yet, so the rent of the Zamboni.
No, and we intended, so normally what we do on those ones, we'll send those out with a letter. So we've got the checks go through our internal process and approvals and get printed and all the administrivia that comes with that, right? And then I believe those ones, the note on them was to have them come back to us, and so we can attach a letter and send those out. So the funding one is relatively easy. It's the other one wanting to make sure that they're aware that that is specifically for the rental of a Zamboni. And council would like them to see them explore options for the purchase of a new Zamboni. Yeah, here, you get through this year, take the time and sort this out.
Hey, are there any other questions to deal with the follow-up action list? Councillor Christie.
I don't know if it's on the list, I didn't read it, but I drove the Gore Road yesterday, looks good, and I appreciate it, looks really good. So it must be complete now.
Yes, through the chair, they're all done. The review of it is with the engineers right now, just for any bonus payments that we're doing on that. I should be seeing the final invoice within a couple weeks.
Thank you.
And currently that road is 100%? Or is it a 75%? Is it banned?
Oh, so through the chair for the ban, like we discussed there, we are going to put it at a 90% for the upcoming spring here. As you'll see in our 2024 budget discussions, we are looking at asphalt pavement analysis study, which will do some strength testing on that so we can verify what our true ban would be on that, just making sure of that.
But currently it's full, 100%, you can travel, axle weights?
No, sorry, through the chair, right now it is still restricted at 75%, okay. Yes. Yeah, sorry, I missed that.
It's
yes,
restricted at 75 right now?
That's correct. We haven't reviewed that, come back and reviewed that. And we felt this close to the end of the year, we just continue on with that restriction that has been in place all year round regardless.
Okay, good, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, are there any other questions to deal with council follow-up action list? Deputy Reeve King.
I know this isn't on the follow-up action list, but it is a follow-up to some communication that's been going on regarding the solar facility. And we did have a conversation in the back room as council, and I think we just wanted to be clear with administration that the direction that we would like to see happen there is that weeds are managed, whether they're on a restricted list or a noxious list or whatever. We would like to see them managing the weeds within that facility. And I don't know if that was the direction that was understood from the original request that we made, but I think that the people who are producing crops around there need to be protected not only from the restricted and the noxious weed list, but from weed infestation that would occur as a result of that development. So I guess what I would like to see is us encouraging them to manage their vegetation either through mowing or some other method so that those weeds are not going to seed and they're not maturing on site. So just a comment, I guess it's not really on the follow-up action list, but it is a conversation that we've had in the past regarding that particular facility, so.
Mr. Hogan.
So I can, through Mr. Eve, I can follow up on that a bit, and then I'll turn it over to Director Gannon. We did, in follow-up to that, as was in the email, we have done more than one site inspection there. So there was one originally requested on the 22nd. Administration ourselves initiated a follow-up one a couple weeks after that. We do know it is a site of interest for council, so that direction has been given by Mr. Gannon to his staff. So it is something that they're watching. I'll let Kevin go into more detail around some of the initiatives that have come out of that just lately here. One of the things that we wanted to make sure of the awareness level is that when we do manage that, we have processes that we have to follow that have been enforced by the courts in the past. So it's we can ask them to do things and keep on top of them, but we always still do have to give them the reasonable time limit to remedy whatever deficiency is happening. And I put that out there so that we all have the same expectation that we can't tell them there's weeds there and expect that they'll be mowed the next day. We hope that happens, but there has to be a reasonable timeline in there to allow them to remedy that, same as any other weed notice that we would give, or when we go through a stop order or planning process or things like that. And that's a process that really, we have to give them that time frame to remedy it before we can take greater action, and that's been something that's been forced by the courts.
Councillor Phobes.
So what is considered reasonable? Like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month?
Sometimes it depends on the judge and the chair. There is, what they want to see is that we've given the individual the ability to remedy the fault. And I can't give you an exact, it's 7 days and that, but they want to see that it's reasonable, proportionate to whatever the fault is. That whatever the safety concern that's imposed, all of those things. What they want to see that happen before the municipality starts doing things like going on and undertaking work on private property or any of those functions. So there is a bit of a time frame that we have to give them to remedy things, but might be a good segue for Mr. Ganna to talk about the interactions that we've had with the plant manager there.
Thank you. Through the chair, our team did contact the plant manager there, who was very receptive to any corrections in the area. They were planning on mowing, and the mowing should have been concluded already. What they've known is what they've inspected and seen is normal growth for first year. First year growth there has been trying to keep down the weeds as expressed by council, but it is first year growth, so they are trying to take steps to do that. The team is trying to identify what can be done through the ag portion of the restricted weed item, and under planning and development, which is actually what's under their planning permit of what they're supposed to do and how are they to upkeep. Currently, there is no other document that is in place that allows us to control weeds in a broader scope, which would affect every landowner in the county. So we are working with the plant owner, and he is actually being very receptive to any change and wants to be involved in any inspection we do there and have that conversation with their environmental group to ensure that it meets the standards which we are trying to promote within the area. The landowner also has been working diligently with the plant manager to ensure those expectations are being met.
Councillor Cunningham.
So I would just maybe not call it a site of interest. For me, it's a site of concern that I get emails, phone calls, stopped at the post office, discovery night. So it is a very hot topic of conversation that I know I deal with weekly. So I don't know if I'd call it a site of interest, more of a site of concern, I guess. There's a little bit of a difference. If Councillor Penner, she's not going around telling everybody in Kneehill County that she's going to take care of her weeds. I mean, we all know she's probably just going to do that. The issue comes that these companies, multiple ownership companies, have come around, they've had open houses, private meetings with landowners, and they have assured that this would not be an issue. And what I'm seeing is it has become an issue, and they're only taking care of it when they're being caught or reprimanded. So I think we need to be mindful that the adjacents, we do have a seed grower that is an adjacent to this project. They have been made promises, and so your regular farmer is not walking around downtown Three Hills making promises, but these companies have, and we know that's an issue with some of these companies, especially when they are not based here, they're based in Ontario. So, that was my question, was to ask if the landowner was aware. So I am very happy that the landowner has been made aware of that. So yeah, that's just my comment on that.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. Through the chair, there's additional information that, that I'd like to provide is that when we did approach the site and have the conversation, they were already preparing to mow it prior to being asked. So there's a time of when it gets mowed and the regularity, which is really not something we've looked at this point, but we can have further discussions with the property owner to understand what that foliage should be and the condition of the foliage to ensure the protection of the lands around it. They were extremely receptive, and we'll continue to work with them to ensure the expectations of the county are met.
All righty. Well, I know 15, 20 years ago, by this time of September, Mother Nature was always the one that did the weed control because we'd have a killing frost by now. And that would take care of any issues, but that was 15, 20 years ago. So we're the new it. Are we through with the discussion here? Is there any other discussion that we'd like to have? Because if not, we do have a closed session portion of the meeting coming up. There's a couple advice from officials, which is sections 2.4 of the FOIP Act, and there is also a third-party business, which is section 16 of the FOIP Act. So would somebody move us into closed session? Councillor Chris, oh, wait a minute, what's going on? We're coming back to the action list, are we not?
Yeah.
Because we're having some discussion on whether or not we can do the... Okay, so at this point in time, somebody want to make a motion? Yes, Councillor Christie.
I'll make a motion that we go into closed session at this point.
Alrighty, we have a motion to move into closed session, sections 24 and section 16 of FOIP. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Sorry, Carolyn. Are we back on streaming? Alrighty, we came out of closed session at 12:23. We've let the gallery fill again, but nobody showed up, and we are back into open session. We had a, where the heck am I here? Yes, it was the land use bylaw discussion and council follow-up action list. You were going to come back with some information, Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Reeve, during the some of the breaks here, we've talked with our group. We can facilitate bringing first reading of that bylaw back to the regular council meeting of September 26th, if that is council's wish.
Okay, what's council's thoughts? Or do you want to make a motion to bring it back on September 26th? Deputy Reeve King.
Well, I appreciate the fact that administration has indicated that it is possible to do this as soon as the 26th. So I will make the motion that council rescind motion 272/23 and direct administration to refer the proposed bylaw 1889 to the September 26th, 2023 meeting. And as an additional comment, I think it's important that we address this relatively quickly.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a motion as on screen to bring administration to the September 26th meeting, council meeting for the land use bylaw revisions. Is there any discussion to that motion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I do believe we have a motion coming out of closed session.
Well, just before we do that.
Yes, Deputy Reeve King.
So follow up that, then we'll close off the council follow-up action list. I just make the motion we receive for information now as presented.
Sorry about that. Good catch, Deputy Reeve King. Okay, so we have a motion to receive for information of council follow-up action list as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, now we have a motion coming out of closed session. Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, I've made a mistake here. In the previous, one of the previous motions that we did, we said we were sending motion 272. With the council's permission, that should actually, looking at the report, should be motion 274.
Oh. Thought that's what it said.
I did change that.
Oh, well, geez.
Snuck it in on us.
Sneaky.
Okay. So we shall redo the motion? Or just do a correction on the motion?
I think if council has unanimous consent, we'd do the correction, knowing what we did. Technically, there probably should be a whole process of rescinding this motion, re-putting the other blah, 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 blah. Everybody was unanimous in favor for it.
Yes.
We knew what we were trying to do. Is there any, we're good with 274?
Well, I think if it was just a numerical error, I
Yeah.
don't think there's an issue there.
Yeah, it was a clerical error on our part.
Well, we know exactly which motion. We know exactly which motion we were wanting to refer to, and we know the intent of the motion, which is to bring back that bylaw sooner.
She named the bylaw.
So I'm okay
Yeah.
with it.
The clarity was in the motion otherwise.
Alrighty. So we're good there? Okay. So we had a request to allow a group to come into Keever's Lake Campground, but it kind of doesn't work because of the campground closing that day. Is there any discussion to that request? Deputy Reeve, or sorry, Councillor McGee.
I think it's clear, we did have a bit of discussion in closed camera just for some clarity on some of our bylaws and stuff. And by reviewing our event bylaw, I'm very uncomfortable with granting this request. I feel that we have a lack of formal information on who we're talking about permitting this to as well. And so that just clarifies why we need to have the due process happening. We need to know why, where, who, numbers, what are you be doing. There's a lot involved in protecting that site and keeping people safe, whether it's yourselves who are wanting to use it or those who outside of that. So I would like to make the motion to deny the request from Mr. Andrew Turner that was received through email for the use of the Keever's Lake Campground on September 15th of 2023. We have had other groups, I just want to speak further to that motion. We've had other groups who have been gracious and respectful and consistent at going through due process so that we can accommodate that well. We want it to be clear, we really would like to accommodate any and all groups, but we do have to be responsible and care for those places appropriately. And therefore, with this time frame, it just can't be accommodated. I think that's, and please note, this is not a public park. This is a campsite. It's advertised a campsite. It has some clear things both in our event bylaw and also in our fees. So that's why I have made the motion as you see on the screen.
Yeah, and I think in the future, I think it might be accommodated, but you have to go through the due process. There is a way to be able to use some of our campgrounds. Some of them are rather restricted because of different timing. And the number one thing is the campground park playground is specifically there for the playground or for the campers. There is a day use area there, but there is also a process for using that day use area. And unfortunately, we just don't have the amount of time required to go through that process. So, is there any other discussion to that motion? Okay.
I just want it to be clear to anyone who's wishing to do this. We have excellent staff here. Our administration, it would be glad to walk you through whatever needs to be done. Please know we are open to having these things happening. We need to do them responsibly. That's all we're asking.
Okay, is there any other discussion to the motion? Seeing as not, I shall call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And that, I do believe, brings us to the end of today's council meeting. So at this point in time, I will adjourn. Thanks, everyone.